this time, I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Arancibia,
Present.
Emerald,
Here.
Lopez,
Here.
Lopez Cepeda,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with the Government Code Section 54954.3, subsection A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers.
Okay. If there is no further communication, I will recess this time for consideration of the following closed session items as posted in the meeting notice. Item 1, students expulsions, suspensions, expulsions, reinstatements. Education Code 48916 through 48918. Students identified by case and ID number. Item 2, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Government Code Section 54957. Item 3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Paragraph 1 of Subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Item 4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Paragraph 2 of Subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Item 5, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, I would like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please take roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Emerald. Lopez.
Here.
Lopez Zepeda,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre,
Here.
Davis.
Here.
All right, we will be holding a moment of silence and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, okay? Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. Item 1, student expulsion suspensions, expulsions reinstatements, Education Code 48916 through 48918. Students identified by case and ID number. Item 2, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Section 54957. Item 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code, section 54956.9. Item 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code, section 54956.9. Item 5, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code, section 54957.6. The board took the following action. Moved by Lopez Zepeda, second by Solis, to approve the reinstatement of 3 students with a vote of Arancibia, yes; Emerald, yes; Lopez, Zepeda, yes; Solis, yes. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the February 10, 2025 regular board meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Yeah.
Davis.
Yes.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Emerald. Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. The board is pleased to welcome the Sweetwater High School and Principal Alejandra Insunza, who have a presentation for the board.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Student Representative. My name is Alejandra Nzunza, and I am the proud principal of Sweetwater High School, home of the Red Devils. And it is my honor today to present and highlight some of the exceptional work that our students do beyond the classroom. And first, I would like to introduce our Boss Institute teacher and students who will give me just a brief presentation. Thank you.
Hello, board. Thank you for having us here. I'm Sofia Sandoval. I am a proud chemistry and avid teacher at Sweetwater High School, and I have brought 2 students, 2 wonderful students, to present to you their experiences as BOSS science interns. So we have Megan as well as Louise.
Hello, my name is Megan,
And my name's Louise.
and we are 2 of 16 interns at BOSS Institute. BOSS is a hands-on science program in La Jolla and was compiled of 10 sessions of research. We sampled community soil using lab techniques to identify microorganisms and DNA sequence data to assess the environmental health of the soil. We enjoyed BOSS because working in a proper lab and using unfamiliar equipment gave us a unique experience that differs from school labs.
It was insightful, seeing the soil health of parks that our community roams around in every day. We also experienced working as if we were adults, cooperating with mentors that were or are currently in universities. Lastly, we presented to our local community and explained how our findings can improve the environment. Although we are just high schoolers, we felt very empowering and impactful to them. Ultimately, we encourage programs like Ball's Institute as they benefit students here at Sweetwater High School. Thank you for your time.
Next up, I would like to introduce Christina Lamont, who is the coordinator of the Health Academy.
Hi, Christina Lamont, Health Academy Coordinator. We brought 3 students. Our Health Academy has been strong for 17 years with CPA funding. We are a proud CPA, a California Partnership Academy. So I have an alumni, Caesar. I also have our class ASB president, Alexis, and our senior representative, Ariana.
Good evening. My name is Alexis Encarnacion, and I'm a senior, and I've been in the Health Academy for 2 years.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ariana Avalos. I'm a senior as well. I've been in the Health Academy for 3 years now.
Hi, board. My name is Cesar Guerra, and I am a graduate of Sweetwater High School, class of 2023.
Okay, I'm going to share one of the aspects of what Health Academy has provided for me and many other students. One of the aspects of being in Health Academy is attending the mentorships and internships. I was able to be given such an insightful experience, thank you, working alongside some healthcare personnel and being able to gain experience from gaining advice on how to navigate through college and what my medical path will look like after school. Learning procedures, skill sets, and etiquette in the classroom, I can also see how it's applied in real life, and I've been able to network with those people that work in the hospital and institutions like those.
The Health Academy has not only affected me academically, but as well as friendships. I have built really long-term relationships. There's like math, English, and histories of Health Academy teachers, which means we grow really deep connections with other students. You know, a team, it creates a really strong team, which is what we need. You know, in the medical field is strong, hardworking teams who you can depend on and who can depend on me as well.
So I did take the summer bridge program, and the way it helped me a lot was it helped me prepare for college. It helped me go, just overall preparedness, my confidence. I would say I haven't done medical stuff in a while, but I'm still confident enough where I can say I can still give shots, I can still administer like things like that, you know? So it really helped me a lot, and I am at Grossmont College right now studying for nursing as a major, and I feel prepared enough where I can say Ms. Lamont and her class and the course did help me a lot. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Ms. Patty Cruz, the Welding Academy Coordinator.
Good evening, board. My name is Patricia Cruz. I am the Welding Academy Coordinator at Sweetwater High School. I have brought for you one student from each grade level to share their experiences in their Welding Academy.
Hello, my name is Aiden Nunez, and I'm a third-year senior in the Welding Academy. I chose to be in this program so that I could promise myself a brighter future for when I graduate from Sweetwater High School. It helped me determine my future by offering many opportunities in different trades, such as pack rim, Austell, and Hawthorne Cat. This program is very important because it offers students a promising chance at living a comfortable life after graduation. Thank you.
My name is Natsumi Cruz. I'm a second-year junior in welding. I chose to be in the academy because I thought it would be a fun experience, and now I plan to do it as a career. I feel the academy helps motivate people to participate in school activities they otherwise would not, and be more present in school.
Hello, board. My name is Jose Ayala, and this is my first year in welding in the Welding Academy. I chose to be a welder because I thought it was going to be a good career, and it turns out it is. And it helps me determine my future by offering good money and plenty of choices to explore in case I want to change. And the academy is important to our school because we have a big school, so having academics to build careers is good to have. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I would like to thank personally each and every one of you, teachers, students, principal in SUHSD, for sharing these wonderful programs that exist at your sites. Thank you so much.
And
Can you please come up so we can take a picture?
And as we get there, I just want to say thank you to the medical pathways students and other students who are studying medicine. They have been indispensable during the last several months while we've been running our CPR AED program here at the district. So far, we have more than 14,000 students here at Sweetwater who've gone through the program and can save a life. And so I want to say thank you to all of you who are studying and learning ways to be helpful to others. Thank you.
Ready, 1, 2, and 3.
All right, we're going to move on to the superintendent's message from Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, President Lopez Cepeda. Good evening and buenas tardes to everybody. Welcome to our February 10th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. For this update, I did want to begin by celebrating our school counselors. Last week was the National Counseling and Guidance Week, so congratulations and thank you for all that you do across our district. To all of our wonderful counselors. I was also remiss at the last board meeting when the stadium for San Isidro High School was named after the initial principal there, Mr. Hector Espinoza, so I wanted to extend my congratulations to Mr. Espinoza. Here are some of the events and activities that I had an opportunity to attend since our last board meeting. The annual RISE African American Scholars Conference. I want to extend my gratitude and thank you to all of our Black Elder group for helping to coordinate such a wonderful event that took place over at Southwestern Community College. So thank you to Southwestern for being such a great partner. I also had an opportunity to meet with Chula Vista Police Chief Roxanne Kennedy as well as County Sheriff Martinez. And it was a very productive conversation where they assured me that they will continue to follow and abide by SB 54, which is a state law. I attended trainings with our assistant principals as well as professional learning communities with all of our middle and high school principals, an opportunity to connect and make sure we had a conversation about going-ons in the district. I had an opportunity to participate in a work group convened by the San Diego County Office of Education regarding support for vulnerable youth. I also want to extend my gratitude to County Superintendent Dr. Gloria Cereza for bringing resources to bear for our entire county. So thank you to Dr. Cereza. Participate on a panel convened by the School of Education at San Diego State University regarding support for leadership development, and really it's around the topic around emerging leaders, so those who want to be assistant principals and principals in school settings. In the area of athletics, we also have a number of celebrations I wanted to highlight. Olympian High School won the CIF Division I Wrestling Team Championship, their 5th CIF championship in a row. Congratulations to Olympian. Regarding academic decathlon, we had the following schools as 2025 place winners. We had Mar Vista High School, Hilltop High School, and Ojai Ranch High School. Of these schools, Mar Vista will be participating in the California State competition in Santa Clara. So good luck and go Mariners. The other thing I also wanted to touch base on is over the last couple of board meetings, I have been making mention of our support for our families who may be touched by the immigration situation across the country and our students. So to that end, I wanted to expand on my further comments, and I wanted to do so briefly. I wanted to ensure that it is understood that the Sweetwater Union High School District stands in solidarity with our immigrant community. As a community that resides geographically on the border, I think it's very important to make this statement. I want our families to know that our schools are focused on creating a safe learning environment where we will work to provide our students with a sense of normalcy and community. Although the district is very limited in what we are legally allowed to do, I have worked closely with our district's general counsel to ensure that the district has adopted proper legal protocols in place to protect our students. Some examples of that, again, given the context of, so that we can maximize the limited legal tools that we do have. And here's some examples of what we are looking to do. For example, we have the right to request production of a warrant signed by a judge to access our campuses, or knowing that we are not obligated to answer questions. Knowing our rights ensures that our district is prepared and better able to exercise our rights. On Friday, we also published a website with immigration resources for our families and our communities. This gives us the ability to better protect our students. Additionally, the district has partnered with local nonprofits to provide our district community members with access to support as well as it is merited. This partnership with local nonprofits is consistent with news that recently came out with the governor's allocation of $50 million to provide support across the state of California. We'll be exploring that further. But at the end of the day, I think it's important for us to make these statements as a district. And we say these statements with an eye towards humility and with an eye towards ensuring that we understand that this matter is a federal matter. But we are lending our voice to supporting our communities, and I wanted to make sure we were clear on that. So with that, thank you, y buenas tardes.
Alrighty, thank you. We will now have a report from the Student Board Representative, Ms. Liliana Davis.
Good evening. Last week during the early part of February, I had the pleasure of meeting at Olympian High School with the District High School's ASB presidents, as well as with attendance from Ms. Fox, Board Member Mr. Lopez, and Board President Ms. Lopez Zepeda. I would like to extend my gratitude towards Mr. Lopez, Ms. Elva Lopez Zepeda, and Ms. Fox for providing us with their insight and perspective. Our next meeting is scheduled to be during the first full week of March, with the date, time, and location to be determined very soon. And our next meeting will also be hybrid, providing an opportunity for those who cannot attend in person to participate. The month of February is Black History Month, a vital time to celebrate the achievements, resilience, and contributions of Black individuals throughout history. In schools, it provides an opportunity to educate students on the struggles and triumphs that have shaped society while promoting diversity and inclusion. Role models within the school district, including teachers, administrators, and community leaders, play a crucial role in inspiring students by demonstrating leadership, perseverance, and excellence. Before I hop into discussing what we talked about, I'd like to shed some light on the CPR training that has been happening all across the district. Ms. Fox so kindly shared at the meeting that all 9th and 10th graders in all the district's high schools have been trained through CPR training. This is approximately 13,000 students that have been trained so far district-wide. Currently, we have shifted our focus to 7th and 8th graders in the district's middle schools, with all district staff being trained and adult schools also being in progress. This is truly amazing, and I'd like to take this opportunity to commend Ms. Fox and her group for their efforts to make this a possibility. Meanwhile, as we celebrate these accomplishments, I'd like to remind the board that we also want to keep everyone informed on the ongoing construction on campus. As construction efforts are becoming more evident on campuses, students are beginning to wonder what's going on campus, and many students aren't aware of what work is being done. It's important that we provide clear updates to keep them informed, sharing details about the progress, expected completion dates, and the impact on daily activities will help ease concerns and keep everyone engaged in the improvements being made to the campus. On a positive note, however, progress is evidently being made on several campuses, and students are extremely grateful for the new additions being made to their respective campuses. These improvements not only enhance the learning environment, but also contribute to a more modern and functional space for students and staff alike. During February's meeting, we also heavily discussed the importance of hearing the principal on the loudspeakers in the mornings and the impact it could have on students. Having principals address key issues such as the state of the bathrooms and encouraging respect, or informing the students about campus changes can greatly influence student behavior and attitude. It was emphasized that communication should happen through multiple channels, including events like coffee with the principal and morning announcements, similar to emails being sent out. When principals actively engage with students, even though brief messages, it fosters a sense of community and accountability, ultimately shaping a more positive campus environment. This month, I will also continue working towards sending out my survey to students across the district. The survey is finished and just has to be reviewed before being sent out to administration. Its purpose is to recollect data from students all across the district, specifically centered around bathroom conditions and availability. By the March meeting, I'll provide an update on my survey, hopefully expecting it to be shared to the students by then, and just waiting to collect data, which is predicted to be shared by the April meeting. Being able to share perspectives provided from all types of students across campuses will allow me to better share to the board problems and solutions for ongoing and possible new obstacles going on in our district's high schools. Thank you especially to Ms. Fox and Dr. Moore for making my vision of this survey possible, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And we're moving on to public communication. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation.
The first set of speakers, we have 8 speakers that are all regarding Chula Vista High School.
Okay.
So we'll keep track of that time. Angelica Evo Sizor.
Hello again. Hi. The kids are outside, not because they want to, but because they kind of have to. They're not given many other avenues or ways to communicate with you guys. I wish there was a better way, a different way. They planned a walkout last week, and they organized that and executed it all by themselves because this is important to them. There's a ton of seniors out there that you would think maybe wouldn't care about it anymore. They're on their way out, and they really, truly do. Our principal isn't here today, and it's really disheartening and discouraging that the kids organized all of this, and they wanted to be here today, and we got an email that the principal's honor roll ceremony was scheduled for tonight at the exact time that we were all going to meet here today. Whether or not that was done on purpose, the way it looks makes me sad because I wish it didn't feel that way. I wish it didn't feel like an uphill battle. If students were invited, teachers, parents, to an actual dialogue, there wouldn't be any need for cheering and chanting and me being here. I'd be at home making dinner, you know. The goal isn't to be disruptive, it's just to be heard. And I think what should be happening instead is open forums, town halls, where students and parents and educators can actually talk to you and not just me talking at you. An advisory group that includes the students, that includes parents, that includes teachers, instead of teachers being scared to even say anything because who is organizing them, you know? Like, teachers aren't supposed to be organizing the kids. And so I mentioned this last time, and it's the feeling, it's the PR of it, it's the why does it feel how it feels. if we just had proactive communication, not stuff after the fact, not buried in emails that nobody reads. If we could just talk, I think it'd be great.
Sophia Evil-Sicer?
Yeah, that. Hello, my name is Sophia Evil-Sicer. I'm a senior at Chula Vista High School. I'm here today to advocate for 8th period schedule, a system that has shaped my high school experience and provided opportunities I don't believe future students should be deprived of. Even though I'm graduating, I want to ensure those who come after me have the same access to growth, exploration, and success that I did. Since my freshman year, I have been deeply involved in color guard, eventually becoming captain. I also fully immersed myself in the printmaking pathway, taking graphic design and continuing with printmaking 2 for 3 years straight. Beyond that, I was able to complete all of my core classes, language requirements, and electives, including 8 AP classes, all while pushing myself academically and artistically. In my junior year alone, I took 9 classes each semester, allowing me to complete nearly all of my graduation credits ahead of schedule. This wouldn't have been possible without the 8th period schedule. It not only expands opportunities, but also reduces stress by following a block system. Instead of having to juggle every subject every night, students can better manage their workload and balance academics with electives they're passionate about. My younger brother, currently a sophomore at Chula, has been able to explore band, piano, and sports medicine, all while staying on track with his academic requirements, whereas with 6 periods, they wouldn't even be able to have an elective until their junior year. I don't want him or any future student to have to sacrifice their passions just to fit in mandatory courses like health or advanced math. People choose Chula for their incredible opportunities we offer. Many of my peers in the SCPA program don't even have Chula as their home school, yet they come here because of the unique pathways available. In a community where many students face challenges, whether financial struggles or difficult home lives, our school serves as a place where they can express themselves, build a future, and discover their potential. The 8 period schedule is the backbone of Chula Vista High School. It defends our school culture and opens doors that otherwise wouldn't exist. That's why today I'm choosing to miss my principal's honor roll ceremony, because fighting for my school and the futures of my peers matters more. Thank you.
Cassidy Muraoka?
Good evening. My name is Cassidy Muraoka. I am a senior from Chula Vista High. I am not speaking to you just as any individual. I'm speaking to you as a student who, like many others, cares deeply about the impact of this decision to change our schedule from 8 periods to 6. We are being told that this decision is necessary because students aren't taking advantage of the 8-period day. But let's be honest about why. Multiple sources within my school have acknowledged that former administration actively discouraged students from enrolling in 8 periods to save money. Now that lack of participation is being used as justification to take these opportunities away entirely. But the reality is, students do want 8 periods. Teachers do want 8 periods. The 8-period schedule has given students the flexibility to take additional AP courses, participate in the arts through our SCPA, PLTW, and CTE courses, and explore electives that make them more well-rounded, myself included. This system has allowed students to succeed, yet instead of expanding opportunities, we are watching them be taken away. How can you expect students to take advantage of the schedule when there are not enough classes offered anymore to do so? We've lost our engineering program, our AP Art History, and lack the wide variety of AP classes that the East Side schools offer. Thanks to Ms. Lopez Cepeda, who took the time to visit my AP Lit class and speak with us, thank you. I now understand just how misleading this process has been. We discussed how the board has been using incorrect data to justify these decisions. For example, you have been told that there are only 48 zone transfers that attend Chula Vista High School. That is simply not true. Not only that, but students and teachers have been left in the dark. If the foundation of this decision is unreliable, how can we trust that it is in our best interest? To continue, CVHS has not had a principal or administrator long enough to understand the culture of our school. With nothing but respect for our current admin, leadership is constantly being shuffled around, leaving us without advocates who truly know our needs. How long do we have before our current administration is moved out again? The district continues to cycle in new administrators who don't have the time to learn about our school before they're replaced. And in the meantime, they are being used to push decisions such as the schedule change that students and teachers disagree with completely. This board claims to believe in equal education, yet it compares our schools to East Side counterparts with significantly more resources, IB programs, AP courses, and enrichment opportunities that we simply do not have. Let's talk about equity. U.S. News and World Report states that 77% of CVHS students are economically disadvantaged, compared to 25% at Olympian, 21% at Eastlake, and 31% at Otay Ranch. Instead of addressing these disparities, it is being proposed to take even more opportunities away. How is that equity? If you truly believed in student success, you would invest in resources, not remove them. So I ask you, can any of you confidently say this decision is for the students? I'm not asking you to respond as an outside individual or teacher. I'm asking you to respond as a board member, because that is what you are. If you stand for equal education, let's prove it. Let Chula Vista High School resubmit accurate data. Let us prove to each of you that the benefits of our 8-period schedule are greater than our losses. The students and teachers of Chula Vista High School are telling you, this is not the right decision. Are you willing to prove them? Are you willing to listen? Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Barbara Schroeder.
Hi, I'm Barbara Schroeder, and I worked for the Sweetwater Union High School District for 36 years, primarily as the staff accompanist in the SCPA. So this past Saturday night, I attended a production of The Lion King Jr. at Discovery Charter Elementary School. It was a fantastic show involving over 100 fourth graders through 8th graders in lots of different capacities. And the show was masterfully directed by Iris Chamberlain, who is a product of the SCPA, Chula Vista High School. Extra fun for me was seeing 5 SCPA alumni, 2 of whom I had not seen in close to 25 years. They found me in the audience and excitedly told me that their children were in the production, and because of the incredible experience they were having at Discovery Elementary, they had decided to send their kids to Chula Vista High so they could be part of the SCPA. It was heartbreaking for me to tell them that after 47 years, it looks like the SCPA will not exist next year. And my only best suggestion for them was to consider going to San Diego SCPA. On the drive home, I started thinking about all those elementary school kids who are on fire for performing arts. They have experienced the magic, and they are so excited about taking it to the next level when they graduate to middle school or high school. How tragic is it that the next level won't exist for them in the Sweetwater Union High School District if the SCPA is eliminated? I know what you're saying to yourselves. Well, they can take arts classes in the Sweetwater District. True, every school, including Chula Vista High School, will have arts classes. But the fact is that for 47 years, Chula Vista High School has not been like every other school. I don't really understand why the 8-period day cannot continue. If it has to do with money, my understanding is that if every Chula Vista High School student had to take 8 classes, it would probably cost an extra 5 FTEs. However, it has never been mandated that they all have to take 8 periods, so some students choose to only take 6. And for that reason, it really doesn't cost the district any more money. I have written several letters, and I've spoken at 3 board meetings now, and I've never gotten a single response from any of you. And it makes me question whether you really care. Why has there not been a public forum inviting teachers, students, parents, and alumni to meet with Dr. Aguirre and you, the board? Our principal is excellent, but she was placed in her very first high school principal position at Chula Vista High School right after we were first told that we would be returning to a 6-period day. I don't know, but I'm guessing that she was instructed that she would be leading us back to that. So she should not have to explain or defend that position because the decision was not made by her. I'm just asking you, the board, to think about what is really happening. Is it really such a bad thing to keep the SCPA alive by keeping the 8-period day? For almost 5 decades, despite all kinds of financial challenges and changes in leadership, there has been an unwritten sentiment among board members and administrators, not on my watch. Are you really going to be the ones to give it up now and throw in the towel on this award-winning arts program that has enriched so many lives? If so, then you will have to own that decision and the negative effect that it will have on Chula Vista High School. Thank you.
Genevieve Pruitt.
Good night. My name is Genevieve Pruitt. I'm the president of the SCPA Council and the Folklorico Club at Chula Vista High School. I'm a senior and I've attended Chula Vista High School all 4 years. For the past 4 years, I've had the opportunity to enjoy an 8th-period schedule. I've reaped the benefits of AP classes, AVID, CTE classes, performing arts, and more. The decision to take away our 8-period schedule was not centered around student voice. We were never given an opportunity to sit at the table with those making this decision on our behalf. How does taking away our privilege of being able to have an 8-period schedule align with Sweetwater District's mission? The district claims that it ensures a safe, inclusive, collaborative culture that empowers each student to actively engage in a meaningful educational experience to pursue personal and academic success, as said by your words. This has been proved a lie. You are not centering the success of your students, nor have we even been given an opportunity for such change to happen. Our families have been excluded from having choice as well. The pride we have for being an SCPA school with the robust programs have been stripped away by greedy leaders who do not have our interest in mind. This will go down in history. For example, Bill Gates has come to our district to visit Chula Vista Middle, an SCPA school, and this may not be an attack at our SCPA program, but it will 100% affect us. I would like to really emphasize that by taking away our 8-period schedule, you are taking away our futures. You will take away our passion, our programs, our teachers, and kill the strong culture Chula Vista High School has built. Taking away our 8 periods is taking away our choices. The decisions for our futures and our education is left in the hands of adults. We are the ones who are sitting in the classrooms, indulging the knowledge of the classes that we chose, and not one student representative was in the room when this decision was being discussed. This is our schedule and our future, and adults should not decide our future and our education when we are the ones sitting in the classrooms. You tell us that we have to choose between athletics, academics, or performing art, and if the decision was in the best interest of our students, we would not have to be choosing our passions. Thank you.
Catherine Aguilar.
Hello, buenas tardes. Vine a decir mis palabras en español, pero creo que prefiero decirlas en inglés. Good afternoon. I came prepared to give a speech in Spanish, as I have for the past 2 times that I've been here, but I think it will come across a lot better in English. I completely just came in with a lot of questions. We have not gotten any answers. As students in Chula Vista High School and someone who's been planning these and organizing these protests, I speak for all. We have so many questions. You guys have given us 0 answers. I was here last year. It's been 12 long months and we still haven't gotten a yes or no or why. I think that's the reason why we have so many of our honor roll students that were supposed to be getting their honor roll certificate today outside. And I think that's completely unfair. You're having students come in and fight for what they want instead of going and getting recognized with the highest GPAs. Honestly, like Genevieve said, you guys put students first, but why are we out here protesting for something that we want and we need if you really do that? I don't even know how to get this across. I came here last time and I told you guys all about the AP classes I took, about all the opportunities I took. I even got to work with Miss Marty Emerald with the voter registration. And that was because I had 4 classes to worry about, not 6 a day. So I could take the opportunity, as well as Isaiah, which we're really good friends. And you know that we're very educated students, that we love Chula Vista and we do anything that is offered to us. So why are you stripping these opportunities away from our students, especially our Latino students who come in and cross every single day from TJ? Because I can tell you that there's students who have done that every single day for years now, just because they want a better education, just because they're part of the SCPA and because they enjoy it. So why are you putting our SCPA at risk, even though you guys say you don't, but you truly are? As a student who's met with our principal, we still have thousands of questions. And like I said it before, we just want answers from you guys. We completely don't want to go against you guys. We just want to know why, how, who made the decision, and why haven't we been notified of it if we've been here for a year now? As a senior, I would hope that we get an answer before we graduate. If not, please be prepared to see us or more of us for the next couple of years. Thank you.
Samantha Rivera.
Hello. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sam Rivera, and at Chula Vista High, I'm CSF President, Senior Class Vice President, and I helped organize last week's protest as a Metro officer. I'm speaking here as someone who is taking advantage of the 8 periods and everything our school has to offer. My home life hasn't always been stable, but I turned to school, and because of the 8 periods, I was able to build my own community on campus, a second home. The 8-period schedule allowed me so many opportunities throughout high school. I've taken 11 AP classes, got to be a part of the SCPA program through guitar, and I completed the CTE sports medicine pathway on top of being an avid student. I'm here today, instead of at my final honor roll assembly, to advocate for student choice. I'm here for my younger siblings and my underclassmen peers to be allowed the same opportunities that I was. The 8-period schedule allows students to balance AP courses, CTE classes, SCPA electives on top of athletics. Reverting to a 6-period schedule will take away student choice. Students who are musicians and athletes will have to choose, and those in CTE, AVID, and AP will have to choose. And those who can't come in early or stay late will have to choose. I've spoken to admin and board members, and I understand that there are many factors involved in this decision, and I know that there are financial responsibilities that cannot be ignored. But I ask that you work with us. Put students, alumni, and stakeholders on the committees that are making these decisions, and allow us to represent ourselves. We are more than data, and we ask that our voices be heard. Thank you.
Sofia Avila Delphine.
Good evening. My name is Sofia Avila Delfin. I am a sophomore attending Chula Vista High School and a former student of Southwest High School. I've attended 3 board meetings so far, this one being my 4th, to state that Chula Vista High School, along with Southwest High School, should not have their 8 periods changed to 6 periods. I shouldn't even be here with my peers and beg to keep this schedule, but here we are again. This change will not give any benefit to the district and most importantly, us, the students. The Sweetwater Union High School District mission in your website states, the Sweetwater Union High School District ensures a safe, inclusive, collaborative culture that empowers each student to actively engage in a meaningful educational experience to pursue personal and academic success. And another quote, putting students first. With what our schools notified about this class period change, sending Southwest and Chula Vista High School families the same exact email, word for word, only Chula Vista High School mentioning the SCPA program. This change is not putting students first. It's just going to put us behind and lose opportunities and make it much harder for us students to what your mission states, pursue academic and personal success. I've had to skip my honor roll ceremony that just so happened to be scheduled today during the board meeting. I've come here yet again to ask for some empathy from the board on behalf of Chula Vista High School and Southwest High School. However, I'm not sure if you're listening, as your silence is very much loud, and there's a lot of lack of communication and feedback from your part about this change. If you're not willing to listen to our voices and take them into at least some consideration, then your statement of your promise and mission of putting students first and helping them pursue personal and academic success is hypocritical and a lie. These intentions and actions from this have made it very clear that they do not put students first. But they put their money and interest first, as they cater to schools that are in areas where they have families with more financial income. This decision will greatly impact the students and our opportunities. So why? Why weren't we notified of this? Where was the communication and the connection? But my question is, why can't us, the students, have a say or an input to this decision? Was there even a student representative when this decision was being made? What is the real downside and the problem of the 8-period schedule? All it has given us is opportunities and choice. I am a student athlete. I'm very passionate about volleyball and beach volleyball. I love science, so I plan to take AP Biology, AP Computer Science, and AP Environmental Science. And I am bilingual. I am currently taking an AP Spanish language class, and I will take an AP Spanish literature class, which will give me an opportunity to get a minor in foreign languages once I graduate. I am an artist, so I transferred from Southwest High School to Chula Vista High School for the SCPA program. The 8-period schedule has also helped English learners to have the opportunity to not only get support in their English learning, but also work on classes that they're passionate about or get on track with a career pathway or even a sport. The 8-period schedule has also helped students with a job to be able to leave early and support their families. Many students from Southwest High School and Chula Vista High School come from low-income backgrounds, but they are the most hardworking people I know. The students of Southwest High School and Chula Vista High School had completed the most career pathways. The graduation and university acceptance rates have increased by 3 times. Although this change does offer a 0 period before school starts and 7th period after school, it wouldn't be enough as it could only be accessed by 20% of the students. In addition, I have to be in a dual enrollment program where I would have to take college classes while I'm in high school to have some opportunity. The new schedule will not give the opportunities students need and will affect their time management since they'd have to wake up earlier if they even manage to get a 0 period or even stay longer after school, which will affect their extracurriculars. Students would no longer be able to have the choice to reduce their schedule to 6 periods and leave early and support their families. If the board meeting gets this through, it would repeat the cycle of poverty for many of the students in Southwest High School and Chula Vista High School, and would greatly affect the SCPA program at Chula Vista High School. As students wouldn't be able to make the decision, students would have to make the decision to drop the program and focus on academics. If the board gets this through, English learners wouldn't have a schedule where they could work on pathways and electives while taking their ELD classes. The district has shown that they don't live up to their mission that, quotes, empowers each student to actively engage in a meaningful and educational experience to pursue personal and academic success. Instead, they pressure us students to pick either to sacrifice our personal success or academic success. We shouldn't come up here and beg to keep the schedule. Your promise of putting students first is just hypocrisy and a lie. Instead, the district's decision and their lack of communication have shown that money is worth more than a student, their opportunities, and their future. This is not putting students first. It is putting your interest and money first. The district has shown that it is more of a business than an inclusive environment. They only cater to schools in areas where families have more financial income. Education should be a right, not a product. Education should not be treated as a business. 3 minutes isn't enough because what we really need is a conversation and student input. I shouldn't be here with other students giving a speech. So I'm gonna wrap it up here, but I have a few questions. How will this benefit the students of Southwest High School and Chula Vista High School? Will the teachers and students affected have a say, a position, a voice in this decision? Are you going to think about how many students you will fail or make their education harder? And finally, where's your empathy? Thank you.
That was the last speaker on that topic. So I have a few other speakers for other topics. Marco Garcia.
Good evening, esteemed school board members, administrators, and community members. My name is Marco Garcia, and I'm a counselor at National City Middle School and alumnus of Sweetwater High School. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to address the board, so it's a privilege to be here tonight as I represent SCGA. I stand before you tonight to recognize and celebrate the incredible work of our middle school counselors in celebration of National School Counseling Week, which we just celebrated this last week. Middle school is a time of tremendous growth, academically, socially, and emotionally. It's a time when students begin to develop the skills and confidence they need for high school and beyond. Our counselors are at the heart of this transformation, guiding students through these critical years. In the academics, our counselors are in the classrooms. We're leading small groups and meeting one-on-one with students to strengthen their study skills, improve time management, and help them recognize their unique strengths. At Eastlake Middle School and several other campuses, school counselors have taken the lead in coordinating the Hope Squad, a national peer-to-peer suicide prevention program empowering students to support one another and spread mental health awareness across campus. In the college and career domain, our counselors ensure students and families have access to vital resources. Chula Vista Middle School coordinates a college and career fair, exposing students to a world of possibilities. Across the district, our middle schools host College Make It Happen nights, bringing students and parents together to prepare for the future, because it's never too late to start planning for our student success. And perhaps the most importantly is social-emotional, the area of social-emotional. Our counselors serve as a listening ear and a source of encouragement. The early adolescent years can be challenging, filled with questions of identity, belonging, and self-worth. Our counselors provide students with coping skills and support to navigate friendships, emotions, and personal challenges, helping them become the best version of themselves. Tonight, let us acknowledge the dedication of our middle school counselors. Their work does not go unnoticed, and their impact lasts far beyond the middle school years. On behalf of our students, families, and schools, thank you for supporting the vital role of our school counselors in our district. Thank you.
Elizabeth Loainsing Garcia.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Aguirre, and community members. My name is Lysabeth Loancin Garcia, President of the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association. So tonight I'm honored to recognize the outstanding work of our high school counselors. Last week, as we mentioned, was National School Counseling Week, where we celebrated their dedication, but the truth is, our counselors make an impact every day. So in the academic domain, high school counselors work tirelessly to ensure students stay on track with graduation and beyond. In our high schools, counselors lead grade level presentations in classrooms to help students understand graduation requirements, college options, and career pathways. Counselors conduct study skills and time management workshops to help students succeed in their coursework. In the college and career domain, our high school counselors open doors to students' futures. Counseling teams across the district are currently hosting Cash for College workshops on Saturdays to help students and families navigate financial aid and scholarships. Students receive guidance on college applications, personal statements, and post-secondary opportunities beyond the school day during college application season. At many of our sites, counselors organize college and career fairs, guest speakers, and bring professionals from various industries and institutions to inspire and inform students about college and career paths. In the social emotional domain, our high school counselors serve as trusted mentors and advocates for student well-being. Counselors have implemented mental health awareness campaigns, ensuring students have access to resources and support through informational fairs, parent workshops, and classroom lessons. Counselors also lead small group sessions focused on stress management, self-care, and emotional resilience. But these are just a few examples of the incredible work being done in our schools. Whether school counselors are guiding students through academic challenges, helping them map out their futures, or providing a safe space to talk, our counselors are essential to student success. So tonight, as president of SCGA and in the spirit of National School Counseling Week, I want to take a moment to thank them for their dedication, compassion, and unwavering support. Because of them, our students are not only preparing for graduation, but they are preparing for life. Thank you.
Yumi Saiki.
Good evening, Board President Lopez Zepeda, Superintendent Aguirre, and members of the board. My name is Yumi Saiki, and I'm a counselor at Launch Virtual Academy. As it was already mentioned, last week was National School Counseling Week, and tonight I am honored to represent alternative education counselors and highlight their programs. Alt-Ed serves students with diverse backgrounds, needs, and personal circumstances. Many face social, health, and family challenges beyond their control that affect their ability to attend traditional schools. Others have unique educational goals, such as graduating early, earning college credits, or working to support their families. Every student has different needs, and we strive to meet them. Over the past 3 years, my colleague and I have showcased Launch Academy's successes. Last year, our graduation rate remained strong, with over 83% of our seniors eligible to graduate in June. We also celebrated our seniors at the end of the year scholarship and awards ceremony, recognizing over $220,000 in scholarships and awards. This year, we launched the first California Partnership Academy in Behavioral and Mental Health. We continue developing individualized education plans for semi-professional athletes, military families, and students who struggle with in-person learning. While these achievements result from collective effort, counselors have played a key role in their development and success. Ms. Elaine Torres, who serves as a counselor on special assignment at Special Services, works passionately with students from several of our alternative education schools and programs, including East Hills Academy, Life School, Alta Vista, non-public schools, and STEP. She wanted to share the exciting news about the Spring 2025 Southwestern College Outreach events, which are being held for the first time ever. This initiative, born out of Ms. Torres' dedication to her students, reflects her belief in the importance of equitable access to post-secondary opportunities for all students. Ms. Torres envisioned these events as a way to provide families and students with the tools, knowledge, and confidence they need to navigate their college journey. These events are a collaborative effort between the Sweetwater Union High School District Special Services and Southwestern College, and include both virtual and in-person outreach events, which include information from Disability Support Services, FAFSA, and financial aid applications, and the college enrollment process. Additionally, they provide for field trips to Southwestern College, where students can submit their college applications and schedule DSS appointments. Ms. Torres has shared that this initiative was inspired by her realization that many students and families in her programs lacked guidance in navigating post-secondary plans. With these personalized events, she hopes to provide not just information, but hope, direction, and empowerment to a population that has often been underserved. On behalf of Ms. Torres and the students and her families she serves, thank you for your continued support of this meaningful work. We are SCGA, supporting students every day.
Christina Raki.
Good evening. My name is Christina Rocky, and I'm the second counselor at Launch Virtual Academy, and I am proud to continue to share the highlights of our other alternative education counselors and their programs. Independent Studies and Home Hospital Program, counselors Mr. Luis Rame and Jesus Acosta. This year, our school has served over 1,100 students, including home hospital. In the last 2 weeks, we have enrolled over 60 students. So far this year, we have graduated 70 students and are expecting to graduate 360 more seniors by the end of the school year. We now offer 3 days of tutoring per week in our program. Our students take part in a servant leader club together with Options Secondary School students. Recently, our students attended the BC2M Summit on Mental Health. We strive to provide students opportunities to remain connected with main campus activities and to serve our community. Thank you once again for the support to our staff, our teachers, and the counselors who serve our independent study and home hospital students. Palomar High School counselors Mr. Constantino Batista and Isabel Sendejas Rios. While the purpose of Palomar is to provide credit recovery options for students who are behind on high school credits, counselors help maximize student achievement while providing numerous opportunities for students to develop socially and academically, including direct course instruction, smaller class sizes, flexible schedules. Students have individual course contracts, 31 credit grad plan, helping students to finish early or on time, special education support, CTE and culinary arts certificate program. They have a Southwestern College CCAP PD 101 course. They offer one-on-one therapy sessions, WAHUPA support, and after-school assets grant. Options Secondary School counselor Mr. Jesus Acosta. Options has always offered a positive alternative to the large comprehensive schools, offering students grades 7 through 12 a safe, small, nurturing, and accepting environment in an actual school that was student-centered with focus on individual student needs. OSS has always strived to give students the same opportunities and experience that they would have been offered at their resident schools, and new students and families are surprised when they learn that the seniors have the opportunity to attend grad night or prom and their own graduation ceremony. Over the years, OSS has been able to offer the same things at the comprehensive high schools, ASB, AP classes, NCAA approved, and become to implement an AVID program school-wide, offering CTE courses in many areas. Now, with the opening of the new Options Middle College High School, they hope to continue to provide the same type of supportive environment. Thank you, alternative ed counselors, for all the amazing things that you do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Andrea Martinez.
Hello, my name is Andrea Martinez, member of Castle Park High's MECHA and this year's Castle Park High valedictorian. It is my honor to represent over 100 student signatures in less than 24 hours and counting. I present to you this petition. I look forward to turning in all our collected signatures in 1 week from now on. Superintendent and board members, please contact the student representatives listed at the bottom of the petition once you feel compelled to meet with us. We look forward to it. I also want to invite all of you to our press conference tomorrow at 4 p.m. in front of Castle Park High School. In solidarity with all students and migrants, this is our petition. Dear Superintendent Moises Aguirre, Board President Elva Lopez Cepeda, Board Member Rudy Lopez, Board Member Arturo Solis, Board Member Adrian Arancibia, Board Member Marty Emerald. We, the students of Castle Park High School, unite in one voice to decry the recent executive orders by President Donald Trump that provides full access to immigration customs and enforcement to conduct immigration raids in public schools. Castle Park High is a space of freedom and safety. We, the students, demand the following of our school and district leadership. We demand that they make a public statement in solidarity with all students, but especially our undocumented students and their families. The public statement must include a repudiation of the Trump administration call to allow ICE on school campuses. We demand that they pass a school board resolution in support of California Senate Bill 48, immigration enforcement, school sites, prohibitions on access, sharing information, and law enforcement collaboration. We demand that they pass a school board resolution safeguarding student and staff activism during the school day, including but not limited to walkouts, marches, and sit-ins. We demand that they pass a school board resolution protecting students and staff from any administrative retaliation in the event that students or staff obstruct ICE agents' access to our school, classrooms, or students. May I hand you our petition? Thank you.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll be sending you all a digital copy later tonight.
There are no further speakers.
Clerk of the Board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, the following items are pulled. F3 by staff, F6 by staff, F11 by Dr. Arencibia, G2 by staff and the public, I6 by Ms. Lopez Zepeda, and O5 by staff.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. So, F3, report on board requests for information and policy direction to staff and board communication. Board communication? Oh, wait, no, yeah, board communication. Does anybody have something they'd like to share?
Well, a little bit earlier this evening, at the beginning of our program, I let you know that our young people are flocking to our CPR classes that we launched earlier this school year. Right now, we have 14,822 students. All right. And by the time we finish with the 2 days this week at Rancho Del Rey and a few other middle schools, we'll be pretty close to 20,000 students. It's a little over half of our student body, high school students and middle school students who will be trained up with the skills in the event that they have to be the first responder if somebody goes down with a cardiac arrest. Another project that I've been part of, and it's not directly here, but it's important to what we are hoping to accomplish here at Sweetwater. And we are conducting free vision screenings in the South Bay District. We're just about finished there, and San Ysidro has contacted us wanting to set up vision screenings there at San Ysidro. These are free screenings, and because of our relationship now with the big eyeglass insurance company, VSP, they're bringing their mobile clinic down to San Diego, to the South Bay, and they will be providing eyeglasses free of charge. So these are the first two districts. I haven't had a chance to reach out to National City and Chula Vista yet, but we have obviously some board members who have contacts there, and maybe you'd like to join in to enlist Chula Vista and National City schools to this very worthy project. I was surprised yesterday, and then I'll wrap it up. I was given an award. I didn't realize one had been entered, but the California Optometric Association has awarded our little program in the schools with the state's top honor for vision projects like this, nonprofit vision projects. So we're being honored with the state's highest honor for this, and it just compels us to keep on going, to help these children be able to read and to understand the studies that they're taking in, and hopefully by the time they reach middle school, they will be better able to adapt and succeed in their education because they can see. So that's the project, and it's ongoing, and we do welcome volunteers to join us. We're working with the San Diego County Optometric Society. The doctors are donating their time. We have other volunteers who come into the schools, nurses, school nurses who help out. It's a wonderful program, and I can offer the superintendent, a schedule for this too, in case anybody would like to just drop in and see what it is we're doing. It will warm your heart to see these young kids finally wearing glasses when they couldn't see before. And I know many people in this room have probably had those experiences in their life before they got their first pair of glasses. So we're doing that. We're a couple of days a week. We're at school campuses and running these kids through vision screenings and getting their prescriptions lined up so that in April, when the mobile clinic comes down, these children will have glasses manufactured on the spot and will be able to see all the things that they've been learning about so far. I know I said I'd keep it short, but hey, this is where my heart is. It's a wonderful little project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Solis.
Thank you.
Trustee Solis.
Thank you, President Nova. Sorry. Yes, I wanted to just say thank you to all those that assisted the family for Ms. Kaylani. They reached a significant goal, so thank you for your kindness and your donations for that. And also, what I mentioned is the National City Host Lions Club, they do the eyeglasses. So.
Oh yeah, they're members, they're volunteers, and they'll be needling people in the school district to join the effort. National City Lions has been a tremendous asset to this project. They're wonderful. They bring expertise and they bring big hearts. They really care about these kids and their ability to learn and their success in the future.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I also had a chance to go to the National City Middle School Science Fair. There was a lot of nice science projects there. And I was going to ask our students from high school if they did any testing on our National City soil, because my daughter did a plant growing. She grew radishes, and I'm wondering if we can eat them. And make sure. But they actually grew, and it was pretty impressive. But one of them looked a little, not too happy. But so they had a lot of good science projects. So I know that they have an event tomorrow. I believe it's Olympian. Thank you. So I'll be there as well. But great job. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Lopez? No? Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to F6. F6, elect up to 6 candidates as representatives to the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly for Region 17.
Sure. I'd like to do a nomination of Jane Lee Smith, of course, our own Elva Lopez Cepeda, Zenaida Rosario, Barbara Ryan, and Cipriano Vargas. That'd be my motion.
Was that 6?
Fine.
So we need one more? Or we're not going to vote for one more?
You can do up to 6. It's at the board's pleasure.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we'll just stop at that. So would you repeat them again for?
Sure, Ms. Jane Lee Smith, Elva Lopez Cepeda, Zenaida Rosario, Barbara Ryan, and Cipriano Vargas.
Thank you. Do we need a motion?
I believe you have a motion and a
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on to F11.
Yes.
F11, and that is from the public.
Pulled by Dr. Arancibia.
No, it's for me, yeah. And I just wanted to say that I'm really happy that we're beginning the bargaining session and in a positive way, where we're recognizing everyone's efforts to try and maintain our district in the black, and yet at the same time to work together towards, getting our COLAs that we all need with the cost of living increasing. So I just want to give credit to everyone and our labor partners for doing that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Motion to accept? Or is
Are
it
you making a motion, or are you asking for a motion?
No, I'll make, with that, I would just go ahead and make the motion. I didn't know if anyone else wanted to comment. I apologize.
Second.
Davis? Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on to, that was
G2.
So now I6,
G2?
G2?
G2.
Oh, public staff.
G2 is a report on the LCAP mid-year update for the year 2024-2025. And I believe here is Dr. Alvarez, who is going to be our presenter for this agenda item. Your timing is impeccable, Dr. Alvarez.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. You moved a lot more quickly than I thought. Thought I had enough time to go to the restroom. Well, thank you, everyone. As you know, just a couple of board meetings ago, we conducted an LCAP Goal 1 overview, and we also did the differentiated assistance and the dashboard. So some of the items that you're going to see here overlap, and I'll just be touching on them briefly, but I do want to provide a mid-year update for the district. So this is a requirement that was added in 2023, where every year before February 28th, we have to do both a budgetary update, but also a metrics update. And it lets you know with the actions and services where we are, and also on a budget component, where we are based on first interim. And so you'll see those. You'll also see some data based on metrics. A lot of our data, as you know, in particular with the dashboard, it's data from last year. But we do have some current data that's based on grades, academic performance, chronic attendance, those types of things, and so you'll see some of that information. As you know, the LCAP is required in California. We have 4 goals as our district. Most of our goals are based in Goal 1 in terms of the funding, Goal 1 and Goal 2. Goal 1 is looking at the teaching and learning components, making sure that our students are prepared to succeed in college and career. Goal 2 is the safe and healthy learning environment. Goal 3 is making sure that we're collectively working with our partners, our parents, to ensure that we're providing supports for students. And Goal 4 is kind of that foundational goal where all of our systems are aligned and there's coherence to ensure that we have a transparent system that supports our students. So just as an overview, the total budgeted expenditures for general fund this year was just a little bit over $705 million. In our LCAP, about $423 million are attributed to the LCAP goals. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't expend the other goals. The other goals are, the other functions are basically under Goal 4, which is to ensure that we have the operational function of our school district in alignment with these LCAP goals. Just a little overview. These are some of the percentages that we have in terms of our dashboard, where we are in our demographics, and you have a chance to do that. I think important for us as a district, about 21% of our students are students that are English learners. And so when we work on our LCAP, that is one of the key features that we try to provide supports for our English learners. Students that are foster youth, homeless, or socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities are all students that we consider as we develop our LCAP plan. So with the LCAP metrics, we continue to focus on the 6 state indicators, and those are the high school graduation rates,
our academic performance. Academic performance at the state level is usually on the CASP or on the Smarter Balanced Assessments. Those are the ones that are taken at 7th, 8th grade, 9th grade, and 11th grade. We look at our suspension rates, our English learner programs, our college career readiness, and then our chronic absenteeism, and we'll talk a little bit about those. We also use, for our internal measures, we look at our formative assessments, our end of course assessments that as a district we have co-created with our teachers to ensure that we're meeting benchmarks for our students' academic development. And then, as I mentioned, we look at the California dashboard as an ongoing metric. That one is kind of in the rear in the terms of looking back at data that's occurred. So I'm just going to touch briefly on this because Dr. Winters did an incredible presentation in December on the California dashboard. But as an overarching data system, it tells us where we are in terms of our performance. Red being the lowest performance, blue being the highest. And then for each of the progress areas, you'll see those measurements. The data is kind of identified in two methods. One is what is our current indicator, and then the change from the previous year. And so that's how that data is determined. As a district, we have the dashboard here, and hold on, because I'm not this. Can you zoom in on that at all? Because that's, no? Okay. I think some of you may have the slides at your, okay. Yeah. If you can zoom in to the right where it has the overall. Right. So on academics, I think for us, one of the measures that we really look at is what our graduation rate is and how our students are doing. So for the 24 dashboard, what we see is that our graduation rate is in the green. That's high, and it's a good measure for our students. However, you know, when you dig down, we want to make sure that all of our groups are in that green or blue, and that's what we continually look at and monitor. And so for each of these elements, we will go a little bit deeper. Dr. Winters went extremely in depth on the information, but just knowing that for each of these elements, behind them is for every one of our subgroup, there's data available. And so if we can go to the next page. So in this one, it has all the measures that we have for all of our student groups. So on the left side, it has every single one of our student groups. And then on the right side, it has our English learner program, our chronic attendance, our suspension rates, our graduation rates, our performance in English language arts, student performance in mathematics, and then the college career readiness. As a district, we have made some improvement across the board. We have been in differentiated assistance for 2 years, but this year we're in differentiated assistance only for one group, and that's our homeless foster youth. And that at this point is 60 students that we're really trying to ensure that both on the suspension rate and the academic performance that we continue to improve. So those are some of the dashboard points. So as I mentioned, LCAP 1 is about teaching and learning, so you're going to see some of the goals that we've had, some of the supports that we've put in place, and then the metrics, and we'll look at those really quickly. So we have a base program. That base program is funded through the general fund. It includes our staffing ratios for teachers, for counselors, the types of academic programs that we have, our alternative programs, our staffing. With the support of the LCAP, we reduce those ratios. So instead of having a classroom staffing ratio of 30:1, we have a staffing ratio of 28:1 for teaching. Our ELD AVID bilingual classes, we reduce class size. We offer teachers on special assignment within the core content areas to support language development, mathematics instruction through all the core content areas. We offer CTE and college pathways. We continue professional development, and then we also provide professional development for our school leadership teams. Site interventions are something that we offer through the LCAP, where customized programs are developed at school sites based on student needs. So it's not just a district level need, it's a site determination based on their own particular students' data. We have assessments that we provide. The district provides the PSAT to all of our 11th graders free of cost to ensure that as we prepare them for college and career, they have access to those assessments. We also provide tutoring. We've brought to the board several contracts with Hey Tutor, a substantial investment that we've made in providing math and English tutors at school sites for our students. We've developed and expanded our AVID program. In fact, one of our schools, San Isidro High School, is a national demonstration school for AVID. And we've also included the Library and Media Center, the funding for the libraries, our after-school program expansion with the supports with the advisors, and then summer school and our bilingual testers under Goal 1. Counselor guidance. Our counselors, our normal staffing ratio would be about 400:1 at the comprehensive sites. With the LCAP, we reduced that to 360:1. So that makes us one of the lowest in terms of counselor to student ratios in California. We provide additional supports, as mentioned, for these items. What I hadn't included before is that we do pay for AP test, advanced placement tests, and IB exams and IB programs across the district with also LCAP funding. And we've talked a little bit about these. We do have site pullout days for teachers so that ongoing professional development is occurring. We provide educational technology and instruction and supports with that. We support some of our research and evaluation programs through the LCAP, as well as the state and federal programs, and then our curriculum and instruction team and TOSAs. So academically, for teachers and for school administrators, I think one of the elements that we look at is how are students making progress in terms of their grades. And we have here a comparison last year in 2023, first semester versus first semester this school year. And at the middle school, we have it separated into arts, English, foreign language, math, science, and social science, the core areas. And we also at the very beginning have an overall. So first semester in comparison from last year, we do see a little bit of an increase in D's and F's. And so as site principals are looking at this, because we have this information disaggregated by each school and also within the groups of students, site principals work with their teams to see how they can target and support interventions, not only during the school day, but for those students that may need to recover courses in credit recovery, such as intercession or in summer school. So those are some of the elements that we're looking at. For the high school, we do see some improvement for D's and F's in comparison to last year. So this year, once again, in most areas for high school, there is an improvement, except for notably in art. They seem to have a little bit of more D's and F's in art this year, but overall, we seem to have improved somewhat. Some of the LCAP interventions that I mentioned, some of those site interventions, we do a lot of before and after school tutoring. One of those descriptors is the ASSETS and ACES programs. Those are our funded programs that we offer. We have about over 2,000 students that attend on a daily basis. That's a large portion of those students. We also have, as I mentioned, the Hey Tutoring. At this point, we've served over 8,500 students at 26 schools. And then credit recovery for the first semester, students have earned over 1,000 credits in credit recovery. So once again, that credit recovery is making up courses that students failed in the past. And that may be why our high school rates are a little bit higher, because that credit recovery happens pretty quickly for our high school students. Middle schools is usually during that, the intersessions or summer school. So they're a little bit lagging in the data. Once again, mentioned the graduation rates. We are in the green. This is where I reflected that there are student groups that aren't performing as well. And so you'll see some of our students are in the orange. That includes our American Indian, our foster youth, and our Pacific Islander students. And then at the top, we do have students that are performing in the blue, which their change in status is a growth, and they're also meeting expectations, and that is our Asian students and our Filipino students. If you notice, our English learners are making progress, and so they are in that green group as well as our African American students. Our LTELs, our long-term English learners, which is now quickly identified. We've always had long-term English learners, but now they are a group that is measured specifically by themselves. So we still have English learners, but we separate those two categories. And that reflects, I think, students that have been here more than 7 years and have not been able to reclassify to fluent English proficient. And so we have made some progress. You know, our goal is that for every student that comes into our district, we want them to graduate, and we want them to graduate on time. We know that having a high school diploma definitely sets up students for success in their future endeavors. So this is one of those monitoring elements that we look at, along with how students are doing with or on track for graduation. So Dr. Winters and the IT team have developed data insights, which helps us monitor individually students and across the district at each high school how students are doing. This says as of January, but I believe it was cut off in December, so first semester. So we continue to offer intercessions, APEX, and additional supports for students so that we can offer as many students the possibility of graduating on time. This is the college and career indicator. This shows that students are eligible and able to meet the college and career entrance and be prepared for college. At this point, we're in the yellow factor on this. One of the ways that our students can meet this is by completing a pathway in CTE. So in our LCAP, we have concentrated a lot of our actions and services on this to ensure that our students are able to complete those pathways. As you saw with Sioux High, the 3 areas that they covered were their pathways. And so that across the district for our high school is extremely important. We want to make sure that we completely support those actions and services. And then, of course, making sure that our students have access to advanced placement courses, function highly in terms of the exams they're taking, so that they're able to meet this indicator. The seal of biliteracy is also one of those college and career readiness indicators. This is one over the last 4 years we've dropped a little bit. I will make note that in I think it was 2023, the criteria changed. It became a little bit more stringent. And so students have to be able to have met standard on math and English on the CASP. They also have to have an assessment of 4 years of competency in a language, and that includes a 3 on an AP exam or a 4 on the IB language exam. So it's become a little bit more stringent, but in a district that is so close to the border, I mean, we're such a fluid community, we should be able to increase this. And so investing in our bilingual classes, our AP classes, in particular with foreign language, along with other academic programs, I think we can increase this and go back to the higher numbers. In 2020-21, I think we had over 1,200 students with the biliteracy seal, and the hope is that we get to that point again. Our AP exams, I think this is one level of highlight. We have been pretty consistent, about 53% in terms of our AP passage. But we have continually increased the number of students that have been taking AP. During the pandemic, those numbers, as you see, depreciate. There is a drop in our numbers, both in the number of students taking the exams, but also the new number of students passing the exams. In 2024, we went up, and we were at 64% of students passing those exams, with a high number of students actually enrolling in the exams. So having 13,000 students take AP exams. What we don't have added in here are the IB students, but we do have IB candidates both at Castle Park High School and at Bonita Vista High School. And both of those programs produce candidates each year, along with the 10 IB exams that they have to take for their coursework. We were part of a NIMSI grant, a National Math Science Engineering grant in 2018, and the idea was really to increase access to APs. AP exams offer our students, I think, very rigorous college level work, and they also provide credit if our students receive a 3 or higher. And so some of our students graduate from Sweetwater and they go into college with a sophomore status based on their APs. And so once again, trying to offer our students the most rigorous opportunity for them to succeed and be able to go on either to the career pathway that they choose or that academic pathway. And this is what I mentioned, where we kind of dipped in 2021 and continue to rise in terms of those AP exams. So attached to this presentation is a report with the LCAP, the budget expenditures, and then a note of where we are with the budget and the implementation. As a reminder, and I want to put this in context for everyone, we utilized the first interim budget information for this. A lot of these expenditures aren't noted until the end of the year. So, for example, you'll see in lowering the student to teacher ratio, that's not something that's done, well, we staff for it. We're lowered to 28:1, but the actual funding isn't applied until the very end. And that's a budgetary condition that I won't explain because that's not my expertise, but that's how it's done. So you'll see some of these where it'll say we have 0 expenditures. We will expend that entire amount or close to it, but it will be noted at the final LCAP, not at the mid-year. And so for each of these, we just talk about the actions and services, and then what that expenditure is and how we've implemented it. Okay, so you note those, and I'll just go through those quickly. We do that for each goal, so goal 2 will be the same. Goal 2, it's really about that base program, making sure that our campuses have all those elements to ensure both the physical and emotional needs of our students, and then the supports for attendance, transportation, all those safety components that we have on our campuses. The supplemental components are the after-school supports, our attendance coordinators that we have at the high schools. We have MTSS supports, or multi-tiered systems of support coordinators at the middle schools. We've provided walkthroughs and observations, professional development, our librarians, counselors, and mental health staff, our support for our foster youth, and our mental health support. Those include those community collaboratives that offer mental supports for our students. And then some additional supports include our school resource officers, our assistant principals, our ASB staff. We, as a community, as we've conducted the feedback, security has been a high level of return for us in terms of feedback from our community. So security cameras have also been included in our LCAP, as well as our school psychologist, our nurses, supports for after-school programs. So we have additional custodial support and then additional mental health workers. And some of the things that we do to measure this, one of the elements is the chronic absenteeism, and that's students who are absent 10% or more during the instructional time. And this is only measured for us in 7th and 8th grade. It does not measure the high school absenteeism. So there is no dashboard metric for that. Although we monitor it, it's not measured on the dashboard. This is where we are at the middle school. We have seen some decrease in chronic absenteeism, which we're moving in the right direction. As we know, post-pandemic, at the middle schools, our ADA, our attendance rates in the past were at 98%. As a district overall, we're at about 92% now. So we're still recovering from that pandemic absenteeism issue. We are seeing some growth in that, in the sense of we are reducing. Student services in conjunction with site teams are really working on plans to develop and support students as we want them in school. So those continue to be evolving. Suspension rates are also monitored for that, connectedness to school. Overall, our students, we are in the green in the dashboard, and so we continue to make some progress. As I mentioned, for our homeless and foster youth, that is why we are still in differentiated assistance. One of the elements is the suspension. There's such a small group that if just 1 or 2 students get suspended, there's impacts. And so we want to make sure that we provide all the supports for our students so that we're minimizing those outcomes. Here are the suspension rates for all of our students in terms of percentage. So we have seen a decrease across the board in comparison to last year at this point in time. And so we continue to monitor that. We continue to work with the principals and school teams, our counselors, to ensure that we're supporting our students with behavior. As you know, one of the elements that has been introduced at Castle Park Middle has been the positive behavior intervention supports. They actually won an award for their program. And so school sites are adopting different models in order to provide those behavioral supports for students. We continue to look at that. And then once again, these are the expenditures and where we are in terms of implementation. All of these at this point in time, it's a mid-year report, partially implemented. But it just gives you an idea of what some of those actions and services are in a very abbreviated manner. And then our third one is that engagement of the parent community engagement to ensure that we're working together collaboratively to assist each student. Parent centers at school sites, a welcoming school environment, our website, social media, and then our school resource officers, our communication, all those efforts that we make to ensure that our community is informed and is an informed, active partner in what we're doing. We do at the district level have TOSAs and counselors that support our students and family members. At state and federal, we have a TOSA particularly for community engagement. At school sites, we have 16 community relations facilitators that help and greet parents, speak the language, direct connection to families. We have parent training and institutes. We continue to offer education for our parents, such as Parent University, BK, different types of programs across the district. and then our continual LCAP engagement that occurs both at the sites in particular, and then at the district level as well. And once again, these are some of the metrics that we've looked at. We have about 318 participants so far in our district meetings. DPAC and DLAC meet once a month. We have about 9 meetings a year, and some of them are joint meetings, but we offer different times for parents to come, morning and evening, and hybrid. And we've seen with that hybrid model an increase in involvement with our parents as well. Our sites offer not only the school site council, but the ELAC, and also their own site meetings with the coffee with the principal. And then also our education classes. We have community courses, classes that are offered to our parents, and then all the trainings and workshops that we've done across the district. I think one of the things that we've really seen an incredible increase is our district social media communication engagement. Over 3.6 million participants in terms of the information that is sent out of Ms. Johnson's department with her team. You know, you see Omar at every event. There's a lot of highlight in the work that we're doing, that students are doing across our district, so that our families know what's occurring. And then just making sure that our social media platforms are constantly sending out information to our families so that they're engaged and informed. And both of those numbers are quite impressive for mid-year. And then once again, some of the items that are funded. So you'll see we continue to monitor these as we go throughout the year. And then the last one is that foundational one that includes our fiscal services, our facilities, our human resources, legal services. Most of these funds come directly out of the general fund, but there is some access for training and mentoring of new teachers and staff and our classified staff members, as well as Title IX training that is also provided across the district. And once again, you'll see where we are in some of those elements at this point. And then one of the items that was added to last year's LCAP for this year is that there are equity goals for particular sites. And so Alta Vista had a goal of chronic absenteeism and, to decrease chronic absenteeism. And Palomar also wanted to increase the number of students that graduated. And so those equity multiplier goals are included as our 5th goal now on the LCAP. And so we continue to monitor that. These are some of the actions that they had for each of those sites. So for Palomar, it was adding math support classes, additional Hey tutors, and then they developed a data team to look at their students and to provide those in-time interventions for students, as well as Alta Vista Academy hired an attendance coordinator, looked at literacy supports, and then also worked on collaborating with a multi-tiered system support teacher to provide those academic and social emotional supports for students. And so we continue to monitor these as we move forward. And these are some of those elements. Remember, we're at a point in time, and so not all of these actuals have been inputted into the budget. And so that is an overview of where we are. As I mentioned, there is an attached report that has all the elements in the narrative. But if there are any questions, definitely here to respond.
We did have one speaker. Would you like to take the speaker first?
Yes, please.
Elizabeth Loainsing Garcia. Oh, no speakers?
No speakers. Does anyone have any questions?
I got a bunch of questions. First of all, the AP exam pass rate. Are these the numbers you were anticipating, that on average fewer than half would actually pass?
So we actually, for last year, we had 64% pass the exams. Passage rates vary. What we didn't provide was the disaggregated data. There are some exams that have a much higher passage rate. For example, if you look at our AP Spanish language, AP Spanish literature, higher pass rates. We continually try to offer professional development through AP by the Sea, supports for teachers, and also supports in terms of what are the academic courses that students are taking prior to getting to an AP course, so that they have the background and supports to succeed in that AP course. What we know that even though a student may not pass the AP exam with a 3 or higher, if they pass with a 2 or higher, we know through studies, research has indicated that students will fare much better in that particular content area in an academic course at the college level because they've had that background. So our intent is to continually increase the passage rate, provide the professional development, provide the curriculum that is scaffolded up and vertically articulated from 7th all the way up to high school.
And again, these are our highest, basically our highest scoring students. They're
Yes.
advanced placement kids.
Yes.
And they're still getting grades that are kind of not quite passing if they were
Yeah, I mean,
anything else.
these exams are college level courses, so they're not easy exams. But definitely we continually strive to improve. And what we've shown is that we have had growth, but it definitely, we would like to accelerate that growth.
And we would expect native Spanish speakers to do better than the average student in
Well, yes
Spanish
and
language
no.
programs, right?
It's, for example, we have students that are native English speakers, but they're not necessarily acing the AP English. It's, you know, it's a language development, and these courses and these tests are very rigorous. They're not easy tests. So, but definitely something that we continue to strive for.
Yeah, it would be hopeful. And then on page 25, I'm noticing the amounts of money spent on various things. And district-based program continues to ensure what exactly?
Oh, yeah, the district-based program is what we're using with the general fund. In most LCAPs, you don't necessarily have to put that base program. We do to demonstrate that we have a district contribution and that the LCAP is supplemental to.
And then if we go down to 1.4, the reduction of counselor caseload, portion of counselors, additional FTE, I guess that's full-time.
Full-time teaching equivalent or
And
full-time equivalent.
PH, which are what?
For Palomar.
Okay. The program is partially implemented, but how can we get a bigger bang for our buck here? We're spending $7.4 million. Is that enough to support the counselors and help them achieve their goal of supporting kids and helping them be successful?
So for this one, it's the difference between having a caseload of 400 to 1, and it reduces it from 400 to 1 to 360 to 1.
Ooh.
So it reduces it by 40 students for each counselor. The reason that it's only partially implemented is this is one that's applied at the very end in terms of funding. So
gotcha.
eventually all of this will be funded, but it's not noted in our budget until the end.
Okay, I got you. But would it be fair to say or correct to say that we need to look at that number and see how we can grow the number of counselors in our system, or maybe even teachers who are cross-trained as counselors, so that they can help students be more successful?
Definitely, I think a collective support for students is needed across the board.
Yeah. But counselors have that one-on-one, and there's a different kind of trust information, and they're working with students on specific goals, are they not?
Across the board, there are both the social emotional, the college and career, and then the academic, definitely.
And then in the page 17, man, our D and F rates are awful. It's looking like on average we've got almost 1 in 5 students who are coming away with D's and F's. How does that compare to other districts like us? Is this kind of what we should expect from public schools?
I can provide a comparison if you'd like. I don't have that data with me right now.
Okay, I'd like to see that because it is shocking, because that represents a lot of students who for some reason are falling through the cracks. And what do we need to do from the dais and from everybody here at the district to start bringing those scores up and helping our students be more successful?
Yeah, definitely that predictor, once again, of grades, academic grades for students leads to graduation, which leads to, once again, having those choices for either career or college. So anything that we can do, we continue to focus on making sure that our students are passing those classes.
And then from page 19, I shredded your poor report here, dragging out pages. I apologize. And while where is that number? The percentage rate for our students who are graduating may not seem terribly, or not graduating may not seem terribly high, but where do you see, if we're operating on all cylinders and we're doing everything right, what should the graduation rate be, aside from 80-some%? What can we do?
Yeah, so I think preparation for our students in terms of being able to, one, which has been our focus, is that effective first instruction in classrooms. 2, the additional supports and interventions in a timely manner that occur in classrooms. And so how do we provide that? We provide that with supports for teachers, coaching, professional development, our instructional leaders in classrooms supporting teachers, our curriculum, developing our pacing guides or instructional guides that are clear, understandable, usable for our staff, and that we're constantly monitoring student progress to ensure that we're not leaving students behind, that we're not keeping just a pace and students aren't understanding. So we continually try to ensure that what's happening in the classroom is optimum for student success.
And looking at these monitors here, the little, where we are on the gas gauge or whatever that is there, where do you see us realistically going as we go forward here? And how do we increase that, advance that little arrow to the right? Give us some guidelines here to the trustees about what we should be fighting for, what we should be urging the district to take on to help bring our numbers, our graduation numbers up, our test scores up.
Yeah, there are a lot of elements I think that we need to consider in order for that to occur. I think we are making, especially post-pandemic, some strides forward. Part of the issue is that how do you accelerate that opportunity for students? Because we do make some nominal growth, and then we sometimes have some of those steps back. I think if we have all of our systems in alignment, the teaching components, the intervention components, the supports, and the professional development that goes with that, we can continue to push forward. Ultimately, we want to see all of our students graduate. You know, the marker for me would be that 100% of our students that started with us, finished with us, and they would graduate, because that offers them the opportunities that they can succeed.
And I think that's what we all want. In the meantime, I just want to bring back briefly the idea of the counseling. It appears more students than ever are stressed, their home issues, their financial issues, all of that. And now, from Washington, we're seeing a whole new category of
Stress.
Stress, thank you. And it is going to be stressful. And how do we try to ameliorate that kind of stress level that I know has to be building in the kids and all the people here on staff to help them refocus on what they need to do and not allow that outside stress to really impact what's going on here dramatically. I don't know that we can do anything ourselves, but just as an organization, where do we take the next step? And how do we try to keep those grades and attendance going up?
May I interject something? As a classroom teacher, we all have a plate, right? We have, well, in my case, the reading curriculum, the math curriculum, the science curriculum, the social studies curriculum, the emotional support, social emotional learning curriculum, PE curriculum, and in my case, there was also the STEAM component.
Oh, yes.
So we had all of that, and then comes, what else? What else? And it's like, it gets to a point where that plate is just so full that it collapses. And I personally do not want the teachers to feel that way, because I know how that feels and how frustrating it is. And unfortunately, as somebody I admired very much would say, change is a process. It is not an event. It's not something that we can take care of right now. It's going to take time.
And in the meantime,
In the meantime, we keep working with what we have, because if we have it, it only works if we are consistent with the program, if we, implement with fidelity. That's when we'll see change. And of course, change will take anywhere from 3 to 5 years. Just as most kids that transition as English learners don't really become truly fluent until 5 to 7 years after they've started.
thank you for that perspective.
And if I may, trustees, so I want to say thank you to Dr. Alvarez. I think what this dashboard reflects is a gradual focus on improvement, and that's what I think I heard Dr. Alvarez say. Earlier today I was at San Diego State and having a conversation with university leaders, and I think one observation that I came away with is, as American institutions are being tested like they have it in recent memory, I think it's on all of us to remind ourselves that it's truly going to be on us to continue to work together, and there's going to be some challenging moments, but there's no Calvary. It's on us to work together with our associations, with others, to ensure that we're focused on ensuring that our students have that feeling of safety, and we continue to allow that space for learning. And sometimes the little gears are not going to move as fast as we would like them, but I also would like to remind us that we're in a somewhat unprecedented time. And as we are all tested, I think it's important for us to continue to remind ourselves that we need to keep the focus what the focus is, which is teaching and learning, work with all of our associations, for example, in social-emotional programming, working with our counselors and others. I think it's kind of an all-hands-on-deck kind of moment where we need to ensure that we're working together to support our students in the different and varied ways that we really need to support them. So that's kind of a broader comment, and thank you to Dr. Alvarez for kind of going through this mid-year dashboard, which, by the way, was another addition during the pandemic. I remember that was kind of added somewhere in there when there was additional monies coming in from the state and the federal government. That's no longer the case. However, the requirement still remains to bring this report forward. So I think it's important and incumbent on all of us to really kind of put our best thinking together to support our communities, our teachers, our counselors, our administrators, our families, our students. There's a lot of need out there, and we are those they look upon for support.
Thank you for your perspectives, your learned perspectives. You've been around the block, both of you. In fact, most of the people here on this panel and in this room have a great deal of knowledge and obviously a great deal of compassion for our children and the family. So it's staying the course. It's It's keeping our heads down sometimes and shutting out the noise and just focusing on our main objective, which is to help children learn and be successful in life. Yeah.
Also remember, this is like a formative assessment. The summative assessment is at the end. Right now, we have a chance to look at where are we? Are we going the right path? And if not, what adjustments are we going to be making? Just like instruction. Okay? So, this is an
Do we need to accept the
informational.
report?
Is
Are
it
do we have a motion
motion?
to accept it?
No, it's an informational item.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Asking the same question.
Okay?
Were you done or no?
Yeah, it's a motion.
No, we're not quite done.
No, we only had a report. Do you need a motion?
Okay.
Dr. Alvarez, can you clarify whether we need a motion to approve? I believe that's
Not
a
written.
question on the floor.
You need one? If we could have a motion to accept the LCAP mid-year report?
Just in case.
I'm being instructed that they would like to have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Davis? Yes. Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Next item that was pulled was I-6, and it was pulled by myself. Middle College High School. I'm excited to see that developed at Southwestern College, giving our students the opportunity to go to college and go to high school at the same time, and probably graduate with an AA as well as their high school diploma. So I just wanted to point that out. Okay? Next item is,
Actually, we would need a
oh,
motion.
we need action?
So moved.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next item is 05, and I move to pass that and not allow Dr.
Don't vote.
Arancibia.
I abstain.
Okay, so I move, I need a second.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia? Abstain? Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes,
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 abstention.
and with that, good evening to all. Meeting is adjourned.